let's, as always, make sure I'm actually live before I do too much here. It looks like I am. Alright, let's go. It's time to start the MapleLocke. If you're seeing this VOD and you don't know what that is, I have a video explaining it on my YouTube channel, Slowpoke Well. Quick overview of the rules, though, for anyone who stumbles across this VOD. I am trying to do a gauntlet playthrough challenge through all 9 generations of Pokemon games so far, in order. And the goal is to thematically represent Canada in the structure of the playthrough and the teams that I use. There's no Canada-based region in Pokemon, but we're going to bring my country to the series a little bit here. So I've chosen the red or white version in each generation. The games to try to play through in order are... Oh, hi already, Robbie and Raymer King. That was quick. The games to play through are Red, Gold, Ruby, Pearl, White 2, Y, Ultra Sun, Shield, and Scarlet. I'm glad I finally have that down now. But I might not make it through all of them. In fact, I think I probably won't make it through all of them. I can fail at any point along the way. It's inspired by a Nuzlocke, but it's not a Nuzlocke. I have a list of legal Pokemon that I can use. I can freely catch them, but I can use one of each per playthrough. The list is all red Pokemon by official Pokedex color, all white Pokemon by official Pokedex color, all ice types, and Bibarel. Not that Bibarel matters to red version here. If Pokemon faints, or I should say, I can use Pokemon once per game, but I can keep using it in the next games as long as it survives all the way to the end. But if Pokemon faints at any point, then it is gone for the entire challenge. So if I lose my Charmander, I can't then use Charmander in Y. And there's some other specific Pokemon eligibility rules for weird edge cases that are addressed in the video. I'm actually getting started a little bit later than I meant to here because it's a holiday and I was sleepy, but I'm going to get through what I can before I have somewhere else to be later this afternoon. We'll jump in on Charmander. Hey, that's fitting. Alright. I don't think I'm going to slow down and read dialogue here. I can't use Nidorino, that's not allowed. Did I forget anything in that overview of what I'm doing here? Raymer King, you probably know if I did. Naming myself Red would be kind of fitting, but honestly, my convention of naming my character after the game version is something I started doing before I leaked my real first name all over the place, so I cannot be bothered through potentially as many as 9 games here. What about Bibarel? It is legal, but I won't be getting one in red version. Alright, now, I didn't think about what to name this guy. Anybody in chat want to name this guy? USA? Honestly, that was my first thought, but why ruin a fun series with that name? It does kind of fit, though, rivalry-wise, I suppose. But no, I don't want to bring other countries into this. Yeah, well, that's true, Raymer King, but also... Yeah, I'm trying to focus in on my own country here. I don't need to take digs, joking or otherwise, at anyone else. Anyone else? Or not anyone else necessarily. You could try again, Raymer King, but anyone got a name for this guy, or am I going to have to come up with something on the spot? Because I did not at all for 1 second think about what to... I can name him Justin Trudeau. Although I guess that would run counter to what you just said, Raymer King. I don't mean anything by it. I just think it would be funny to name him after Justin Trudeau. That guy's not even Prime Minister anymore. I do not mean it to be any kind of politically charged statement. I can name him after Justin Bieber. Does Canada have a historical enemy? I mean, the United States, if you go back like 200 plus years, but otherwise not really. Like a moose or something. Whoops. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I'm gonna name him Justin. No, you know what? I'm gonna name him Justin. It's sort of after Trudeau, it's sort of after Bieber, it's sort of just a name because I have to pick one. Or I could name him, like, the Leafs or something. But, do I have room for that? No. There we go. You know there's no slight intended, because I am a Leafs fan. It seems fitting to invoke them somewhere. Alright, let's do my options. When I was a kid, I would name my rival after one of my brothers, but I'm not just gonna leak their names on a channel they don't even know about. Anyway. Yeah, no need to slow down. This is not that other playthrough from earlier this year. So let's just interact with Professor Oak here. When you ask about whether we have any enemies like a moose or something, I think of whether we have any equivalent to the Australian Emu War, but I don't think we do. I could have named him Tim Horton. Oh well. I both took too long and underthought it. What can you do? Anyway, the starter choice is very simple here. One of them is legal for the playthrough. And it is, coincidentally, this one. I actually didn't remember what order they're in. Very simple, objective nickname theme. It's going to look familiar, but by objective, I mean I have a objective criterion to decide which Pokemon gets which name. I'm going to try to represent as much population as we can here, so... This... Where's my keyboard not working? There we go. This is Toronto. And I'm going to carry nicknames over between playthroughs, so if I get to use Charmander in any later games, they'll have the same nickname as this one. Alberta fought for us to be rat-free, and that basically had war propaganda. That's a good point. Yeah, rats in Alberta. I wouldn't name my rival that, because that's just one province. And, I mean, maybe I'm a little biased, because it's not a province that I'm personally very familiar with. I haven't been to Alberta in more than 20 years, but... No, really, just because it's just one province. I was looking for something broader than that. The Leafs are an enemy or rival of a lot of the country. But you do have a point there, Raymer King, for sure. I think I heard there were rat sightings earlier this year, is that right? Losing this battle doesn't matter, because I'm going to do the Nuzlocke thing where the challenge only starts when I have Pokeballs, but I've already crit this Squirtle twice. It does not look like I'm going to lose. Okay. Alright, we're zooming so far. You know, the most unreasonable part of this whole playthrough, if I get all the way to the end, is that the Leafs will briefly win a championship. But we'll fix that. I could get the town map from Daisy, but, like, why? I know the Kanto map. Actually, I think I can't get that until my second trip through here anyway. I'll battle wild Pokemon for now. The only other Pokemon that I can get before Brock is Butterfree, so I'm probably going to need to use it to beat him. Which is fine, it's what I did in Charmander playthroughs as a kid, too. It'll probably mean there's a bit of grinding before Brock. But yeah, I might as well get ahead of that. Although Butterfree is the Pokemon that will need the grinding. Might as well get some experience on my Charmander here. There are only 14 Pokemon that I can use in the Gen 1 Red version playthrough, but it's a pretty strong mix. There's a lot of good stuff I can use. But yeah, only 2 are available before Brock. Another one is super good into rock types. But Butterfree gets Confusion, and that was my Brock answer in many a childhood playthrough. I say many, I don't know how many there were. More than one. Oh, I forgot. I have a spreadsheet that I'm using to track what I have and what dies, so I should update that I got my Charmander. There we go. Not that it's hugely important. Okay. Oh, hang on. Sorry. Threw everything off. I was in the wrong window there. There we go. Alright, now I can go get the Pokédex. What time is it over there, Raymer King? Like 8 a.m.? And you're already up on a holiday watching this? And can you believe I was planning to start earlier, but like I said, I was sleepy? I don't know what that means, Robbie. We have one holiday in the middle of this week. July 1st is our national day, so that holiday never moves. I worked the last 2 days, and I worked the next 2 days, but not this one right in the middle. You missed 2 streams in a row, you wanted to be on time? Understandable, I guess. What was I doing last time I streamed? Was it a Wolfie sub-server tournament? Oh, yeah. I feel like there's something... Oh yeah, there's the Grand Champions Festival too. I don't think that's what they're calling it, but the new Grand Champions Festival coming up soon. I guess that's the next tournament for me. I don't know what it... Well, I have an idea of what I'm going to use, but I could pretty drastically change my mind before then. There's not really a Reg MB team that I'm settled on. GCF Encore, yeah. I might do something very silly in that tournament, but I may yet change my mind and not do something very silly. Are you serious? Did you see what that guy just did? Anyway, getting some experience here is valuable. Especially because Viridian Forest is so dangerous, right? It's very poisonous in there. I'm probably at least 1 level, maybe more than 1 level away from getting Ember. Ember might not be until like level 10, I don't remember. But it would be nice to just cook those bugs before they poison my Charmander, but that's probably not going to happen. But still, getting some experience and hitting a little harder is good. If you do the tournament, you think you're going to try your backup Floette team. So you have a main Floette team, or you have a main Floette team, but you're thinking about the backup, or Floette is your backup mega behind whatever you're cooking right now? Alright, the drunk guy sobered up. Didn't even bother to go see how he was doing. He's fine. So now we come to Viridian Forest. Now, I think I'd like to just find a Caterpie as quickly as I can, because like I said, I think I'm going to... Before I battle the trainers, I mean, because like I said, I think I'm going to need to do some grinding to beat Brock. That's not a Caterpie. But that is free experience, because it can't attack. Might take some time to knock this out with Scratch while it's boosting its defense, but I might as well. You're dropping your day 1 Charizard team. Okay, so Floette was your backup Mega, so to speak. I feel like I'm not wording that exactly the way I want to. Of course, Charizard and Floette kind of famously pair together pretty well. Okay, good crit. Just sped things up a little bit there. Level 8. No Ember, it's probably like level 10. I don't remember which bug is more common in red version as opposed to blue. Also, I don't need a Caterpie specifically. If I find a Metapod, I can just catch that. The problem is, of course, Metapod doesn't get Tackle. So maybe I do need a Caterpie specifically. Why am I not finding anything? Where are the bugs? Are they all over here? I'm just gonna run from this Weedle. I don't want to get poisoned. I'm getting a feeling that Weedle might be the more common bug in red version. Also, this encounter rate, I don't know what's going on, but I feel like I've never seen anything like this in a Pokemon game before. There are no trainers up here. I can go here, grab this item. Get no encounters along the way. What is going on? The forest is emptied out. 30 years of Pokemon, and I guess climate change hit. The bugs are disappearing. And this is just another Kakuna. I'm gonna quickly pull up on my phone the forest encounter. Not the likelihood of a wild Pokemon on each tile, but the encounter rates for specific Pokemon in the forest. So I don't know how long it's gonna take me to get a Caterpie. Maybe I don't absolutely need one. Maybe I could like evolve my Charmander before Brock and have a strong enough Ember to break through, but that seems like a not great way to do it. Accidentally using some undiscovered speedrun strats. Hey, they might be discovered. I don't watch a lot of speedruns, I wouldn't know. Maybe I accidentally perfectly replicated some known manipulation. Caterpie is a 5% encounter. Weedle is 50, Kakuna is 35. Okay. So it's like I'm looking for a Viridian Forest Pikachu, but I'm not even looking for a Pikachu, it's a Caterpie. How did I do this as a kid? And again, I'm sticking to this area because I want Caterpie before I battle the trainers to make the grinding for a Butterfree with Confusion a bit less difficult. Have you been getting any rain where you live? Alberta's flooded. Look at that, I got a Pikachu before a Caterpie. There's been a bit of rain here lately. Not a huge amount. Actually, I had a problem last week where we had 2 pretty rainy days, and somehow, like, all of my shoes were falling apart at the same time. Not really sure how that happened, but, like, I didn't have a right shoe that wouldn't let water in when it was wet outside. So that was a problem, but it hasn't rained in at least a few days now, and also I got some of my shoes repaired, so I'm fine twice over on that. It's a nice bright sunny day outside my window right now. It's been cold here sometimes, though. Not so much this week, but as recently as last week, it was weirdly cold here, considering that it's summer. And, like, I was still wearing a light coat sometimes. Robbie, I'm guessing it's been a little bit different from that over there for you, from what I've heard. Either really hot or rainy right now. Makes sense. We get some, like, cloudy, foggy days where it doesn't necessarily rain very much, but yeah, that sums it up. Very different from a cold summer over there, yeah. Oh, Ember at level 9, okay, nice. Well, now I can very quickly knock out Weedle and Kakuna, because I might as well take the experience while I look for this 5% Caterpie. 2 massive lightning storms, which were cool to see. That does sound cool. Hey, if Charmander evolves before I find a Caterpie, maybe I just give up and try using Charmeleon to beat Brock. Not that I think that's going to happen, but I've already found a Pikachu and no Caterpie. Kinda shocking. Other than that, some big heat waves. Yeah, I mean, that's what I've been hearing about Europe in general for a while. It sounds scary, honestly. Oh. Well, I know some people are not alright over there, but I hope mostly people are. think I stumbled into a speedrun strategy again. How many loops have I done without an encounter? Well, there we go. Probably like at least 3. I can probably just Ember... That's my second Pikachu. I can probably just Ember this, too. At this point. Definitely people who already have health problems that are struggling with it. Yeah. I was, for a little bit, in Europe. Your home heats up to approximately 33 degrees Celsius. That sounds absolutely miserable to me. A couple of years ago, summer like 2 years ago, actually it was during Pokemon Worlds. I didn't watch Worlds because I was on a trip with my family. Uni sits at a cool 22 degrees. That's good. I was not in your part of Europe. I was in a different area, but... And it was 2 years ago, so it was not unprecedented heat waves like now. But there was one day walking around that the heat got to me. And like I went indoors for a while, but there was no air conditioning. And I was feeling weak eventually, and like I had to get my girlfriend to find our way back to the hotel because I didn't have the brain power for it. And then there was AC there, and I was alright. But yeah, the heat was really getting to me that one day. And that was not this year. This year it sounds like it's on another level. Well, I hope you're enjoying the bug burning simulator here. I've found, what, 3 Pikachu now and no Caterpie? Weedle's 50%, Kakuna's 70... Kakuna's 70, Kakuna's 35. So that's 85% combined, so that it is then 5% each for Caterpie, Metapod, and Pikachu. Searching for a Caterpillar that doesn't exist, exactly. I've just fully committed to doing these loops as well. Maybe I should go clockwise instead of counterclockwise, and that'll fix it. I'll try that after this Weedle. Yeah, if Pikachu and Caterpie have the same encounter rate, which I think they must, on what I know of the math, then I've definitely been very unlucky so far. Maybe try the other patches of grass. Here, I'll go clockwise for the next, like, 5 encounters, and then I'll try another patch. At least my Charmander's getting some good experience. It'll be helpful if I'm switch training a Caterpie in this forest and I'm worried about getting poisoned. You'd think we're level grinding? Yeah, I know. That's not supposed to come until later. Alright, that's 1 clockwise encounter. Maybe I will get a Charmeleon before I'm done here. And if that does happen, I might give up on Caterpie. I still think it's unlikely, though. Hey, if I make it to Gold version, Caterpie will be very easy to get in that game. Gotta get through Red first, though. But it's incredible how rare Caterpie is proving to be. You do not ever think of it as a rare Pokemon. Clockwise encounter number 2 is a Weedle. Probably get another Pikachu before I move to another patch of grass. Yeah, I'm very hesitant to give up on this. I mean, we're probably going to just deal with rare encounters this series anyway, but also I have to beat Brock somehow, and Butterfree is probably my best way to do it. Too bad this isn't Let's Go Pikachu or Eevee, whichever one Oddish is in. Because Vileplume is red. So if I could get an Oddish... Do I take this? I've been saying I specifically want a Caterpie because this can't attack until I evolve it. Probably even a little beyond that. I would have to only switch train. Chat, what do you think? It gets me out of Caterpie hell, but it does cause some temporary pain, like, immediately after. You don't know enough about this game? Okay, so there's no move reminder in Gen 1. How slow? Oh, how slow is switch training? I don't know. The thing is, I'd have to do a lot of it anyway, because even with Tackle, Caterpie is so weak. Imagine it can't be too bad. Yeah. Alright. Well, let's see if this takes a scratch. If I just knock it out with a crit or something here, then I'm back in Caterpie hell anyway. But nope. Oh, I almost just attacked again. I only have one Pokeball. I forgot to buy more. Oh, what a disaster. Okay, I can't catch it. Alright. Well, I'll go heal and then back in Caterpie hell after all. I was zooming so quickly to this point that I forgot to buy. Okay, well, going clockwise found me a Metapod, so we'll get back to that shortly. Wait, why did I only have one? Did they not give you 5 at the lab? Shows what I remember about this game, apparently. Oh, that's just the one that I found on the ground in the forest. They didn't give me any at the lab. Is that a Gen 2 thing, or what? I'll take the chance to heal before I go back to the forest, just to get my embers back. Also, if I do find a Caterpie, does it take a scratch? The Metapod took it pretty well, so, like, probably. But imagine I find a Caterpie and I knock it out. I really just thought I'd have 5 Pokeballs from the lab, plus a 6th one I'd found on the ground, but apparently nope, just the one I found. But okay, now I have a whopping 10 Pokeballs, so I should be fine. As long as I actually find what I'm looking for again. Back to this. How many encounters have I had total? Probably at least 20, right? So it's definitely unlucky that I haven't found specifically a Caterpie. I'm below odds on that. I think. Definitely, I must be. And I just did like 3 loops before any encounter again. That was quick. But it's just another Kakuna. Alright, level 12, 4 away from evolving. The problem is they're hikers and stuff. Even if I Ember through Brock successfully, there are other rock types to worry about later. So it still would be nice to have a strong neutral hit into them on my team. I can get a couple of grass types before Misty, so that much is okay. How would I think my draft is going? Finally got Gengar. Yeah, I'll say now because it's not happening. I did pick Gengar. Anyone stumbles across this VOD, this is the current ongoing PDL draft, the results of which will be revealed soon, because we've almost finished. I did pick Mega Gengar partly because in my last two drafts, I kind of wanted to, and it didn't make it to me, so I thought, well, alright, I finally got the chance, I should probably take it. But I didn't have any plan around it, but I never did in the first place either, those other times. It was always draft Gengar and figure something out. What I'll leak now, because it's not happening, is the other option that I was strongly considering in round 1 was Mega Staraptor. It only does like one thing, but it's a very strong thing. You can easily build out some supports for it. And actually, I thought maybe I could find a second thing for it to do as well. So I think that could have been interesting. And I noticed in our pool last night that we're almost done, and no one has drafted Mega Staraptor at all. And that was the one thing that I was very seriously considering instead of Mega Gengar. But anyway, I feel weird about my draft. It's weird. It's going to be tricky to use, but I definitely have some very strong stuff if I figure out how to use it correctly. I have no idea what I have some idea what my last pick is going to be. I have a couple of ideas, but there's nothing that really jumps out at me. How are you feeling about your drafts, chat? Caterpie. It's only at level 3. I'm going to try a ball first. I don't know if that's going to work in this game. My plan was to really see what was available when I picked, and that's how I got Floette. Yeah, hey, one of the strongest Megas. Makes sense. Okay, that ball shook a couple times. I'm going to try another one. The problem with taking all this free experience is this is where I pay for it. I really hope this Caterpie takes a scratch. You're planning one grace period shift? Honestly, not impossible that I crit it. Okay. Honestly, not impossible that I do something in the grace period. I probably won't, but I might. But I'm now curious to see what that's going to be for you. I should probably start knocking these out because of the worry about one-shotting a Caterpie. I don't have good data from that one encounter because I crit it, but of course, I'm allowed to catch anything I want for purposes other than playing through the game. So I could catch something else and use it to weaken Caterpie if I need to. The only gimmick funny Pokemon you found was Mr. Rhyme, but he was taken. Yeah, my friend who didn't play VGC before but got super into Champions was really enjoying Mr. Rhyme and Reg MA. I think he was spamming Teeter Dance with it, if I remember correctly. It's not a Pokemon I've looked into very much, but I think it's definitely a gimmick funny Pokemon that's caught a few people's attention. Oh, and you were just going for the one-hit KO strats, I see. You didn't go for the Mega Excadrill Horndrill stuff. What's that about? The usual shenanigans, yeah. At this rate, Viridian Forest Charmeleon might happen. Level 13 already, and I crit the only Caterpie I encountered. can't have No Guard and Piercing Drill at the same time. That's true. But Piercing Drill would be expendable for the gimmick, wouldn't it? At this point, I practically feel like walking in a square in Viridian Forest is my life now. I'm starting to lose sight of what the goals actually are here. And I think that's at least 2 full loops there without an encounter. I don't know what is going on in this game. We got there though, eventually. I'm about to run out of embers, and I just healed pretty recently. Didn't actually get sniped too hard. Say only 3 mons, 2 of which it was Robbie who got them. That's good. I don't think I've been sniped at all. It almost happened once in that I was about to go to bed one night and my pick was coming up soon. And I was thinking I wanted mouse hold. But then before I went to bed, I thought things over some more, changed my mind, and decided I wanted Vivian. And then when I woke up, mouse hold had been picked immediately before my pick, but I had already changed my mind about wanting it, so that's not a snipe. Yeah, it's starting to feel like my life is just a rectangle in Viridian Forest now. Waiting to pick Basteraptor, didn't realize it was picked almost 24 hours ago. Okay, here's another admission that I haven't leaked yet. I was interested in Alolan Ninetales for a while in the draft, and then for like several rounds, I convinced myself that it had already been taken in our pool, which I don't think it has even now, but it's out of my budget at this point. I think it was taken in the other pool, and I got mixed up and thought it was taken in our pool, and that was why I stopped considering it. But yeah, no Megastaraptor. I can't remember whether it's been drafted in the other pool, but still not in ours. And I was very strongly considering using my first round pick on it. I understand it's probably not the easiest to use in a draft because it kind of does one thing, maybe 2 things. But I was kind of interested in just doing my best to make that work. Charmander is now 2 levels away from evolving, by the way, and I have not found a second Caterpie or Metapod. And at this point, I'm not sure Caterpie takes a scratch, even if I don't crit. Also, crit rates are weird this generation. Maybe not critting it isn't an option, so I might be closing myself off to the possibility of catching a Caterpie. I think genuinely what I should do, after I knock out this Kakuna, the main reason you drafted 17-point Mega Dragonite was for Tailwind, you got desperate. Yeah, that happens. I think genuinely what I should do is see if I can catch a Rattata by just throwing a ball at it. And then if I can use that to weaken a Caterpie if I find one. It's a little bit cheesing the rules of the challenge, but I've kind of painted myself into a corner here, and it is not against the rules. I think Rattata would be stronger for this than Pidgey. So let's just knock this out. I could have stopped leveling up my Charmander a while ago, but I think getting a Charmeleon is a little illegitimate alternative to getting a Caterpie, so what can you do? I feel like a kid again, like in my very first ever game, unable to find Mr. Pokemon's house and just evolving my starter before I've done basically anything other than that. It's not just Pidgey here, is it? If the next one's also a Pidgey, I'll go down to Route 1. Was there ever a problem with triple Intimidate? What do you mean by that? Like, did it ever backfire on the person who had it? Or was it ever such a broken combination? Was there ever a downside? I mean, there are some Pokemon that take advantage of Intimidate, right? Like Kingambit, Melodic, Annihilate, Mega Staraptor, sort of. But there have been teams that stacked up a bunch of Intimidates before. And the thing is, a lot of Pokemon that get Intimidate also get other good abilities, so if you're worried about it in a specific matchup, you might just not have to bring all those Intimidates, right? So, like, there can, in theory, be a downside, but I can't think of anything specific that's come up. Why can't I find a Rattata now? Unreal. It's supposed to be the most common encounter where I just was. And I just found 5 consecutive Pidgey and then 2 more down here. I mean, a Pidgey would probably work fine. I just think Rattata would be a little bit stronger. 45 minutes in and essentially done nothing but level grind. Yeah, this is not what I... Well, I thought there were going to be moments like this. I didn't think they'd be this early. This really is like being a very young kid again, though. Oh, look, a Weedle. I think that's the rare encounter here outside the forest. So, now I'm having bad luck trying to find the most common encounter in this area. Alright. So the goal here is see if I can just catch this by throwing a ball at it, because otherwise I don't think I can catch a Caterpie at this point. Okay. That's not promising. Oh, okay. It takes a scratch. Maybe that means that a Caterpie would as well. But, like, it might break my will to do this challenge if I encounter a Caterpie and just one-shot it with scratch again. So yeah, the point of this Rattata, I'm not going to nickname it, it's not on the team. I am allowed to catch Pokemon for other purposes besides playing through the game. I did not know that this was going to be one of those purposes. It never crossed my mind before I started. But this just gives me something to weaken a Caterpie with. That's all there is to that. Gonna go heal, both because Rattata is low and because my Charmander's out of Embers. I'll probably have to burn through a bunch more Kakuna just to hopefully find a Caterpie. And back to the forest we go. Might be an hour already passed by the time I get through there. It's not like I've made any significant progress in the forest either. I mean, what do you even say about these encounters at this point? Oh, another Weedle. Okay, a credit. Nice. Until signups went live. It's almost... It didn't take too long this time. Until signups went live, I was almost going with Calgary Conkeldurr for the team name, saving it for when he's got Flame Orb. Yeah, having just drafted Conkeldurr, too bad there's no Flame Orb, and too bad there's no Assault Vest. Still a strong Mon, though. Okay, I finally caught a Caterpie. By the way, don't let me forget to buy more Pokeballs before Mount Moon. Its short feet are tipped with suction pads that enable it to tirelessly climb slopes and walls. We're stopping to read the Pokedex entry because it was such an ordeal to even get this thing. And according to my calculations, its nickname is Montreal. Alright, I'm gonna save the game right now because this feels like an excellent time to do that. And then... Mega Crab would have been better content? Yeah, maybe. Getting 3 Megas would have been kind of fun. Cost 1 point more, though. Alright. That's all the catches before Brock. I'm gonna go heal and deposit this Rattata that we'll probably never see again. And then we can finally progress through the forest. Sub-hour Viridian Forest. Honestly, still probably not happening, because there are a bunch of trainer battles. I've found some speedrun strats, maybe, but for what? I could battle... I was gonna call him Blue. I could battle Leafs. Do that optional battle. Because I think my Charmander is strong enough to get through it. But I'm a little scared. I don't have 15 points left. I think they just haven't put in the price for Conkeldurr. I should have 8 points left. I saw last night that the dock was wrong, but I thought they'd probably fix it, but maybe they haven't yet. Nope. No potions? Okay, I'm a little scared of Blue, so I'm not gonna battle him, but maybe it would be for the best if I did. Maybe I can come back after Viridian Forest. I don't know how long that battle stays available. Also, I just called him Blue again. I'm gonna battle the Leafs later, maybe, if I can. Maybe not. This guy's not a trainer, okay. No items there unless they're hidden, but I don't care to find out. Alright, first non-rival trainer battle. And it is less than an hour in. Let's go. Very scary Weedle, though, because it can poison me. But okay, instead it just misses a string shot. Gets one shot by Ember. Oh, I should probably not have the shift battle style on. Alright, I'll just pretend it's not on right now, and then I'll fix that. But I should be able to switch Montreal in on this. It's just a Caterpie. Did 4 damage. Which is a lot for Montreal, but what can you do? Yeah, no, where did this guy find a Caterpie? Must have been in here for a long time. I'm 1 level away from Charmeleon. That might still be my Brock answer. Because it might be quicker than training a Butterfree at this point. Anyway. There we go. Now that you have to confirm settings changes in newer Pokemon games, it always kind of worries me when I don't have to confirm in an old one, because I'm not sure the changes actually took, but they did. Okay, another Weedle. Don't poison me. Okay, good, that worked. Saying that paid off. Level 5 already. Okay, this won't be able to attack. So I'm going to switch around a little bit here. And then I could tackle through it, but obviously Toronto's getting a share of experience anyway, and it's faster to just go back to the Ember machine. I forgot that I have a 4th move now. Well, there you go. That Harden didn't pay off for you. Just put you right back where you were. And last mon is Weedle. Okay, I'm not going to switch against this because it could poison me. So playing on set mode is going to make it a little slower to train this Caterpie as well, but what can you do? Okay, an antidote. That's a good find. If I'm doing some switch training in the forest. windy part. If I encounter Kakuna, I'll stay in and battle it, but so far I'm back to encountering nothing. I just got through all 3 of those with no encounters. That's wild. I don't know what is going on at this point. There's still 1 trainer left, though, and 1 patch of tall grass. But sub-hour Viridian Forest might still be possible. Just this guy with the strongest Weedle in here. Top percentage of Weedle, I'm sure. Doesn't poison me, so I think I just got through Viridian Forest without ever being poisoned. Unless I have some really bad luck with a wild encounter right by the end. Level 6 on Montreal, 1 level away from turning into a Metapod, but then Butterfree is still a little further off. Absolutely no encounters in those last like 4 patches of grass. What is this game? Sub-hour Viridian Forest confirmed. And I mean, now we grind, right? Because I gotta evolve somebody before I take on the gem. A level 2 Rattata. I'm gonna see if Montreal can beat that, but I'm gonna be readily willing to switch out. That tackle being a 3-hit KO is kind of sad. Okay, nice crit. Pidgey. I'll try my luck here. Again, as previously noted on the channel, Gust is not a flying type attack in Gen 1. It's normal type. Crit mattered. It did, actually, yeah. Problem is this Pidgey only knows Gust, so there's never going to be a break from it attacking. I'm going to switch. Okay, there goes Pidgey. I'll go heal just to be safe. So we'll finally get a quick look at Pewter City. But not staying just yet. And let's see how long we're stuck here now. Level 4 Rattata. I think I'm just going to go ahead and switch out against that. Depending on what moves he uses, I could be fine. And its tackle accuracy, I guess. Like, if it just spam Tail Whip forever, I'd be fine, but eh. 88% chance we'll face each other in PDL. Yeah, looking forward to it if it happens. How do I not have a Metapod yet? There should have been so much experience from that level 4 Rattata, don't you think? This one's a level 3. I will make an attempt to battle this one, but again, I'm going to be kind of nervous about it. Intentionally. I mean, I'm faster, so that's good, but that's a 4-hit KO unless I get a crit here. Alright, well, Montreal took down a Rattata. Still doesn't level up and evolve into Metapod. Are you serious? Just switch out against this for sure. You think my team is the scariest? I don't know, there are a lot of scary ones. My team might be unpleasant to play against, though. That has occurred to me. No level up. How long does it take to get a Caterpie specifically from level 6 to level 7? We're gonna be in level 6-7 forever. Level 2 Rattata? I will try. Okay, that only does 3. And we crit it again. Nice. Still don't level up. This is almost worse than trying to catch a Caterpie in the first place. Level 5, absolutely switching out against this, and Montreal had better level up this time. Okay, finally. First evolution of the challenge. Hopefully the second one coming very soon. I'll go heal, because now that I have a Metapod, maybe it can win some more battles on its own. Maybe. We'll see. But not if it's a low HP. What level's this Rattata at? 2? Absolutely stay in and tackle this. Probably get like no experience from it though. Wait, I haven't learned Harden yet? Is that not at level 7? Immediately on evolving? What are these games? Red and blue are so weird. In a lot of ways that I remember, but every so often in a way that I forget. I always thought it was evolve into Metapod, immediately learn Harden. Maybe Ash Ketchum convinced me of that. Is it gonna be like level 8 or something? Or do I have to have caught it as a Metapod for it to know Harden? Gen 1 is sometimes weird like that, I suppose. Well, things should get a lot faster after Brock, but yeah, there's a lot of groundwork to be laid at this point in the game, even though I only have 2 Pokemon. I'll switch out against a Pidgey. Just feeling still a little nervous, I guess. Hey, birds eat bugs. That was another Ash Ketchum lesson. When he caught his Pidgeotto. Okay. The other thing is my whole team is weak to rock so far, but I don't know how much Brock is even going to spam rock type attacks. It might be the hikers after him that I have to worry about, like I said. We've gone from a string of level 2 Rattata to a string of level 4 Pidgey. I don't know which I prefer. And now back to nothing. There we go. Another level 4 Pidgey? Yeah, actually it is. Wow. Okay. Weird game. Then we get like no experience from any of these. This one's only at level 3. But still. was a crit. It did 3 damage. Uh-oh, a Weedle. You get poisoned by this. Good thing the Pokemon Center is not too far away. I just went for String Shot anyway. Probably still faster because look at that level difference. Yep. Once again, Rattata is supposed to be the most common encounter on this route. For a while that was bearing out, now it isn't. And it's what I'm most comfortable with my Metapod fighting, because sometimes it will miss a tackle or use Tail Whip instead. Whereas I think these Pidgey just only have Gust. And Weedle has String Shot, but it also can poison me. Okay. Sooner or later, someone will level up again. Okay. Toronto reaches yellow HP. I'll go heal just to play it safe. Another Weedle. Hey, you know what I didn't think of, but for some reason just popped into my head now? I'll tell you why it popped into my head. Buy balls or something, I forgot when to remind you. Before I leave Pewter City toward Mount Moon. Thanks. So I was thinking, with all these wild encounters, maybe I encounter a shiny, except it's Gen 1, shinies don't exist yet. Maybe in another game. And then I thought, I have no special rules for shinies, and I'm probably fine with that, except... assuming I make it to gold version, I probably should let myself use the red Gyarados, huh? So that's not explicitly allowed by the rules that I have right now. But I'm declaring now, way before it ever comes up, that I think I probably should be allowed to use the red Gyarados. I mean, it's literally called the red Gyarados. Level 8. 2 levels away from a Butterfree, but 2 levels kind of feels like forever right now. Red, white, shiny claws? Yeah, the only problem with that is I'm using an objective criterion to figure out what color Pokemon are, right? Like, I'm just going by what Game Freak says, even when that's silly. And I don't know if there are official color classifications for shinies, but I suppose if it ever comes up, I can use my own judgment if I have to. I think it would be almost silly not to allow the red Gyarados. Well, gotta get through red version first. And that means I have to beat Brock. probably one of the only water types for the run. I can pull up my spreadsheet. Dugong, Cloyster, Kingler, Seaking, Magikarp, Lapras, Octillery. Yeah, there are more water types than you might think. But still, it's a pretty strong one. Yeah, Seaking is red. So is Kingler. So is somebody else that you might not have thought about that I've already forgotten. Gyarados is definitely a relatively strong one, though. Dugong, yep. Well, it's not red. It is white, but also it's an ice type, so it's legal twice over. Nice crit. Level 5 Rattata, a little bit scary. Another crit. And dodge a tackle. We absolutely take all of those. Are we speed tying? Apparently so, but that worked out extremely well. For a whopping 40 points of experience. I should probably eat something fairly soon. Maybe I'll see if I can at least get past Brock first. I don't know. Maybe my Charmander could beat Brock right now, but I don't want to gamble the whole run on that. Nice crit. Absolutely didn't matter, but still kind of pleasant to see. Would eating be a temporary break or full on stream? Depends on how late I do it, but probably a temporary break. I have some stuff in the fridge I can just heat up and eat quickly. Love seeing them go for String Shot instead of Poison Sting. That's Charmeleon. Would you have any tips for YouTube if I were not to talk in any videos? I don't know how to do. My whole operation here is pretty amateurish, and I talk, so I got nothing for you there. Sorry. Should I just send it against Brock with a Charmeleon? Or should I still hold out for Confusion Butterfree? Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to try just training this Metapod, not switch training. That'll speed up its progress, and we'll see how that goes. It's gambling a little bit with my Metapod's life. But yeah, we'll see for a little bit how that goes. But maybe I could just send it against Brock at this point. It's not like his Pokemon are specially bulky, that's why Confusion Butterfree works. So we're just gonna battle this Pidgey. It'll probably be okay. Yeah, that doesn't do very much at this point. Got crit. This doesn't do a ton though. It's still kind of slow going though. You're hoping to try to make videos this season on YouTube or TikTok? Fun. I don't know. I mean, I kind of just do what I want, and it doesn't get very much engagement or anything, so if you want a lot of engagement, I'm not the guy to help with that, but if you want to just do what you want and have fun with it, I mean, that kind of figures itself out. Okay, level 9. Go heal. Not switching out speeds up Metapod's personal progress. So I do have high hopes of getting a Butterfree. I do not remember what level it learns Confusion. But we're making progress here. I think we just trust the process and stick to it. What level is Butterfree? 10. But I don't know what level Confusion is. I got crit, but it only did 3. Getting way stronger already. I thought that second tackle would KO, but it's fine. Rattata doesn't tackle back, so still only took 3 damage in that battle. Yeah, Butterfree should be easy at this point. We'll see about Confusion. But also, it should be hitting harder once it's a Butterfree, right? Like, not very hard, but harder than a Metapod. Still haven't learned Harden, so maybe that just doesn't happen. In red and blue, I don't know. But I'd rather have Tackle than Harden, given a straight choice between the two. Okay. Now we're getting all those Rattata encounters that I wanted earlier. That's fine though. The one thing I would probably not just stay in on like this is a Weedle, but that's the rarest encounter here. So now that I've said this, watch me run into like 10 of them in a row. Okay, it lowered my defense, went for Tackle. Not a great combination, but even that doesn't do very much at this point. Getting way stronger already. We got a bot in chat. It's gone now. I thought it had a weird username, that's why I hesitated there, but I mean, it did have a weird username, but not in the way that I thought. Nothing worth remarking on. L-bot, agreed. There's usually one at some point. So hopefully that was the only one for today. I can probably do one more battle before I go heal. At least one. If it's a Rattata that only uses Tail Whip, then more than one. Okay, should be able to take another tackle. Yep, no problem. Let's go heal now, though. Still didn't evolve yet. Thought maybe that would be the battle for it, but should be close now. It's Gen 1, so, I mean, I think I can go into the Pokemon's summary screen and check how many points it needs to get to the next level, but there's no little bar in the battle window to show me how close it is. That's definitely something that I miss from all of the other generations when I go back to Gen 1. Oh, good damage. It was a crit, though. So that's why. Still no level 10. We are just mowing these rats down at this point. Much like the government of Alberta. Yeah, the one thing I'm not staying in on is a Weedle. I'll just run from this. It's a rare encounter. Shouldn't be too many more. Okay, I missed a tackle. That might be the first time that's happened in this whole playthrough. I don't remember for sure, but it feels like I haven't been missing those. Okay, dodge one though, so immediate compensation. Wait, that was a crit into -1 defense and it did 3 damage. How is this Metapod already so strong, even as now it's about to evolve? Charmander was the first red Pokemon of the series, now we get the first white one. Gonna be even stronger now. Still no new moves so far, so I guess Harden was just not ever happening. A tackle crit almost one-shots this Pidgey. Not quite. Be nice if it did. Oh well. Now that I think about Butterfree probably isn't red. No, it's white. You were picturing a red Butterfree all this time? If I'm critting them consistently, that's nice. But it's too bad that it still doesn't one-shot. You don't know the colors are weird? Fair enough. I was gonna say Butterfree has no red on its body, but I guess its eyes are red. And sometimes that is enough for Game Freak, huh? Anyway, more grinding, but we are mowing these down pretty quickly now, so that much is good. Level 5 Pidgey, maybe that'll give some experience. Tyler left the draft last night. I honestly thought we may be done when I woke up. Hey, we're almost there. And hopefully this section of this playthrough is almost there too. A pick just came through, really? I didn't see. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Yeah, I see it now. Oh, and the other pool's moving too. Which, of course, has been the slower one so far. Okay, I will go heal after this Pidgey. I think at this point I might as well stay patient and go for Confusion, whatever level it's at. And hey, this gives me a leg up after Brock for the next section of the game, right? Okay, we one-shot the level 2 Rattata now, that's nice. Too bad that gives so little experience. You're grateful for being in Pool B for many reasons. Yeah, I mean, the slower draft is okay. We're actually moving pretty quickly by PDL standards in general, but Pool A looks tough, that's for sure. We might have easier schedules in Pool B, although there are strong opponents in both. I don't know that that's who I'd be worried about, Raymer King. Unless you're using the term Shaboogle's crew in a different way from how I understand it. It's the WSS people who go to regionals and stuff. that I think there are fewer of in our pool, although I am one myself. I got sand attacked. If you didn't notice, there we go, landed another tackle. GG. Good crit. I would stay in if I were at higher HP at this point, but nah. Okay, I'll go heal after this. I think 10 HP is a good benchmark for that. Once I level up? Nope. We are getting to the end of this grind. And then, hey, should be able to fly through the next parts of the game after Brock, right? Although I don't have endless time to play today, but I have still some time. Hey, the Pidgey never landing any damage into me is pretty helpful. I'm just eagerly waiting for every level up at this point. And again, I do not know what level Confusion is at. It must be pretty early. If I was making it my Brock WinCon as a kid. Surely. But hey, as a kid I had a lot of patience for grinding. You don't necessarily keep at an older age, so who knows? You could check if I want? I could check if I want, but I'm good. Every level up takes so long now, though, even with Butterfree being way stronger than Caterpie and Metapod were. Can I at least one-shot this Rattata? Probably. Nice. Also, a level 11 Butterfree and still has not learned another move since it was a Caterpie. Okay, Confusion, level 12, let's go. I'm going straight to the Pokemon Center and then the Pewter Gym. It's time. Let's save the game. Just because. Okay. Only an hour 30 in, yeah. Hey, sub 2 hours, Brock. Probably. Let's go. Blah blah, you're light years away from facing Brock. Remember trainer battles? I haven't done one of those in a bit. Now, this guy doesn't actually use rock types, right? He just has ground types. But still, let's get some last-minute experience on Montreal here. Tackle, String Shot, Confusion. What a weird Butterfree moveset, but I guess it actually was totally normal in its debut games. Alright, then he has a Sandshrew. I can probably switch my Charmeleon in on this if I need to. It probably doesn't have a ground type attack. Hopefully I don't need to. Got confused. And hurt itself. Nice. I'm a little bit worried, actually, after this guy gave Montreal a bit of trouble about how Brock is going to go, but I mean, hopefully I don't lose Butterfree for the full challenge on the very first gym of the very first game. But yeah, I'll see if I can Confusion Sweep him. And having a Charmeleon in the back is my emergency button if that doesn't work. Also, because he reminded me earlier, I'll buy Pokeballs now. That is before I leave Pewter City, right? I can probably just buy like 5. Also, I can't afford many more than that anyway. And there are only a couple things to catch between Brock and Misty, but good to be stocked up, I guess. And here we go. First gym battle. Not even 2 hours in. Let's go. Brock looks so scary in Gen 1. I might be about to lose my Butterfree immediately, but, you know, I hope not. That does not do very much. What? I mean, it's non-stab Confusion from a Butterfree, but I was hoping it would do more than that. Okay, Geodude also breaks through Confusion, but it only uses Tackle there. It might not know Rock Throw. Probably doesn't. So we beat the Geodude pretty easily, despite my worries about Confusion damage, as in the damage from the move Confusion. Now there's Onix. That does not take a Confusion super well, and it goes for Screech. I'm not sure it knows Rock Throw, but I think it probably does, but I'm not sure. It just goes for Tackle. into my -2 defense, but it's an Onyx, so it still doesn't do very much. And okay, maybe all that grinding was a little overkill. Brock is easily swept aside, but Confusion Butterfree was always what I figured my answer was to him. And that's a gym badge on the board. And a Bide TM that I'll probably never use. That's the Spirit, Raymer King. I'm gonna swap Toronto to the front. I think that's the better Pokemon to focus on in the next stretch of the game. I might as well go heal, because why not? And then I think I am going to take a super quick lunch break before I... Like, I'll just mute the mic, go heat something up, and eat it quickly before I press on to Mount Moon. Like I said, there are, I think, a few more Pokemon to get. There are 2 captures, but I think I can also buy a Magikarp before Misty. So we're adding to the team already, but yeah, I'm going to mute the mic for a little bit, and I'll be back shortly. Okay, I'm back, and I've changed my mind. I'm going to move Montreal to the front of the party because I'm afraid of hikers still for a little bit longer. Hi again, Raymer King. So now we can press on through here. Battle a whole bunch of trainers. Surprised at how long it took that one to spot me. And okay, a Pidgey, but it's not going to have a flying type attack, is it? Or I can just crit it and not even find out. We'll see about this one, though. I just crit that one, too. Okay. Something funny via Google Gemini? Alright, sure, what's up? This guy met me before in Viridian Forest. That's what he said. Well, I was there for a long time. Oh, we didn't crit this time. What a one-shot. According to it, your channel is Max Gaming and loved you on the Alaskan Absols. I don't completely understand what you're saying there, Raymer King. Or what Google is saying there, I suppose. What does it mean that my channel is Max Gaming? Is that the name of a channel? It's vaguely familiar. Oh, I can't wait to hit this with a Psychic type attack. Ekans is so annoying in Gen... This Gen. Gen 1. There we go. Oh, my Season 9 finale was called Max Gaming? Oh, that's right, because it was a Dynamax format. That's why that's vaguely familiar, I guess. I don't remember all the titles I've used. Got Poison Powder, by the way. The Alaskan Absols part, though, is actually kind of true. That's Shadow's old team, and I did step in as his replacement coach in Season 6. So I was the Alaskan Absols for, I think, slightly more than half of that season. I meant to use Confusion. I forgot that I have a fourth move now. Oh well, we get a bit of Poison Chip on this. Oh, you started watching Season 6? It was a fun season. I liked stepping in midway to pick up someone else's draft. And it went pretty well. Out in quarterfinals, I think, but I think the team was in last place when I got involved. Anyway, I am loving being able to click Confusion into all these Gen 1 poison types right now. So I guess Butterfree was worth the wait. Okay, need to remember that Confusion is not in my last move slot, so I don't Poison Powder or a Weedle. This should be a pretty easy sweep. Oh, now that I have Poison Powder, I can deal with the Caterpie and Jigglypuff trainers, even if they put my Pokemon to sleep. So that's also a plus. And now trying to learn Stun Spore. Might as well. Better than String Shot. Not sure what I'll do when Sleep Powder comes up. Probably in just a couple more levels. Maybe even just one more level. Are we just getting moves on consecutive levels right now? Maybe in Gen 1 they couldn't handle more than one move at the same level yet? I don't know. Hey, you're not wearing shorts. True. What are you gonna do about it? Okay, should probably switch out against this. Especially since it's at level 14. What a level jump. Alright. If you forgot that I have a Charmeleon, here's your reminder. Crit. Nice KO. Nice. The Spearow never attacked. Hard to win a battle that way. What are these crits? It's Gen 1. Crit rates are tied to speed or some nonsense like that. Relative speed, I think. There are going to be a lot of crits if this playthrough goes on. Probably some points where I'm just always critting with something. Anyway, obviously Butterfree's not going to be strong all the way through a playthrough, but I'm loving how broken it is right now. Like I said, definitely worth that grind. Beedrill could not do some of this stuff. Not that I can use Beedrill in this playthrough anyway. There's a Jigglypuff. I'll try to land a Poison Powder into it in case it starts going for Sing. Nice. Not sure how much damage it's going to do if it attacks, but I'll stay in for now and try to wake up. Just goes for Disable first, and also it doesn't even work. Already woke up. Another Disable fails. Alright, should be a pretty simple battle from here. Well, she does land another Sing. But that poison damage is still adding up. You'd think Beedrill's advantage over Butterfree would be that it can poison things, but no, Butterfree even gets to do that. I'm gonna switch here, just because like I don't want to get crit by the pound or something. Oh, and that one did crit. Okay, good switch. Hopefully this Ember just KOs now. Are there any more trainers before the Pokemon Center? I think there may not be. That guy might be a trainer, but I'll come back and check. Let's wake up my Butterfree. And also heal it. Is the Magikarp salesman? Yep. Might as well buy a Magikarp. I am allowed to use it. Hard to imagine what it will be useful for. The nickname... Huh. That's not what I expected. What do you know? This one is... Calgary. Alright, let's go see if that guy was a trainer. Hang on, spreadsheet. Somehow it feels both an insult and a compliment to Calgary. You interpret it how you want. Alright, let's go see if that guy was a trainer. A Magikarp that I'm not allowed to evolve? What could possibly be insulting about that? But also, it's not like I have a system that I'm using to determine the nicknames. I didn't, of my own volition, choose Calgary for Magikarp. Anyway. Mount Moon. There is something I can catch in here. Well, I can catch anything. There is something in here that I can use, but it's not Geodude. At least shiny Gyarados would be Calgary? I don't know. I might have to give that a special, different nickname. I'll have to think about it. How to handle that. TM12. What is that? Water gun. Oh yeah. Got a bunch of mileage out of that in my last Red playthrough. But I don't think Magikarp can learn TMs, so I don't think it's useful at all right now. Confusion should be so good against Team Rocket, too. That's kind of nuts. I guess this is something I didn't touch on in my last Red playthrough, but I could have. It's kind of nuts that they give you one option for a Psychic-type attack so early. I'm going to drop Stun Spore for Sleep Powder. I think Sleep Powder's a little better. And I think I want to keep both of my attacks. Save Magikarp for Shield so it can use Hydro Pump. Hey, if I make it all the way to Shield, maybe. Alright, this is the Clefairy battle. I'm not even worried about all the Ekans and Coughing and Grimer that I'm running into because I have this Butterfree. So strong in the very early part of the game. Sadly, will fall off eventually. Might even be helpful against Misty, although there are grass types to be gotten before Misty, as I've mentioned before. And yeah, this is the Sing Spam. We didn't see this in my last playthrough, but this is the kind of Sing Spam from these trainers that I was concerned about. Definitely caused me some trouble as a kid sometimes. Growl's useless, though. I'm going to use a special attack when I get the chance anyway. Might be a while before I get the chance, though. A lot of sleep turns here. Well, woke up quickly last time, so I guess this makes up for that. But I feel like I must be pushing the limit for Gen 1 sleep turns at this point. Okay, woke up. It's Gen 1, so that's all I can do that turn. Now I get a Confusion. Don't have to worry about the attack drops. Does some decent damage. She's not going for Singing this time. Which I guess is a little bit of a relief as I get another Confusion. It doesn't KO, but maybe the poison damage will. Nice. Hello again, Robbie. I made it past Brock, if you can believe that. I know I was in Viridian Forest for a little bit of time. I did get my Caterpie. It took a while, but we got there. He fell asleep? Fair. Too mentally exhausted plus the warmth. Yeah, understandable for sure. I've been extra tired at the end of the day lately, and I think it's probably, like I said, it was cold here for a while, but it's been warm the last few days. I think that probably has something to do with it. What does this guy have? Sandshrew, not a poison type. I'd love to just blast through some poison types with confusion, but it should be able to handle a Sandshrew. I guess the one worry is if it knows Poison Sting. We don't see that right away, at least. I do immediately miss a confusion after getting Sand attacked. Well, in the next one, crit didn't matter. I'm gonna switch out just because the accuracy drop is making me a little nervous. Yeah, I think that was probably for the best. 1 second. Okay. And then a Zubat. Be nice to click confusion into this, but Ember should be fine. Especially if it crits. This guy blew it. I haven't gone down this way yet, right? Nope, definitely not. Just narrowly takes a confusion, huh? Well, at least it missed its attack. This won't have an attack. And I confused it. Nice. Alright, that paid off pretty well. More confusion. Ah, but it crit me. It broke through and crit. We're fine though. And now that Butterfree has all 3 of its powder moves, it's not learning a new move any level, every level anymore. That was fun while it lasted. Okay, there'll be a trainer up here. I think she has like Oddish and Bellsprout. So those should be easy confusion targets. Oh, it takes one. But then that's all it does back, so that's fine. This could be a problem with Wrap if it takes a confusion. But it doesn't, thanks to a crit. We take those for sure. Okay, let's go down here. Because why not? And because, hey, it's the next relevant encounter right here. Nothing too interesting or fun to talk about? What are you saying? Oh, you said para in the chat, and I thought, oh, what got paralyzed? But of course you mean this Paris here. Wait, poisoning it means... I didn't think that through. I should have paralyzed it. Because now it'll take passive damage. I should probably go to the Pokemon Center now anyway, though. So let's do that. First, this will be named... Ottawa. Parasitic creature named after our national capital. I swear I'm not choosing these by my whim. Update spreadsheet. Okay. And I better go to the Pokemon Center. I do have an antidote, so I can use that in an emergency. But I might not need to. 1. I think that was 2. The naming pick is not a wheel, no. It is not random. Oh, I went a little too far down. That's going to add a step. Honestly, I'm not even very motivated to train a Paris. I'll get a better grass type soon. Or at least I should. But, good to have available at least. Well, last possible tile. Nine HP should be fine. Yeah, we made it. So what does Ottawa have moves-wise? Don't think I'm going to be making much effort to train it right now, but... Just Scratch. Okay. Oh, and another Paris immediately. But of course, there's no need to catch another one. Does nothing for me. I actually wasn't sure whether Paris could be found on this upper level, or only lower ones, but there's my answer. I think it's more common further down, probably. Don't know for sure. Now I'm getting a lot of encounters. I guess I got out of the speedrun state. Well, there are only 14 Pokemon that I can use in this playthrough, and I already have 4 of them. I'll probably be spamming repels pretty soon once they become available. Ah, really thought I'd make it to the ladder there. Still, all that grinding before Brock is paying off. Mount Moon is going pretty quickly apart from the wild encounters all over the place. I can just hit this with confusion. Probably one-shot it. Early game psychic move in a game full of poison types. Kind of feels OP sometimes. I know it's not going to last. It is nice to not be at all afraid of Ekans right now. That's Mega Punch. I could probably just teach it to my Charmeleon, because I don't think I'll have much else contending for it, but I don't know. I'm not in a rush to do that. It's just Mega Punch. Actually, I think that's also a renewable TM. I think I can buy more of it, so I will go ahead and teach it to my Charmeleon. It's less accurate than Scratch, but it hits a lot harder. Okay, just a Rattata and two other things that are probably also Rattata. Hopefully we can get through this quickly. That's a good start. That wasn't even a crit. Butterfree's so strong at this very early point in the game, as I keep saying. I also had a Zubat. But no way was that taking Confusion. Now there's a hiker along here, so hopefully I've gotten Montreal strong enough to deal with his rock types. I probably have. Nobody else is dealing with them well. I have a water type with no water attack and a grass type with no grass attack. Hey, I have a Fire Water Grass Core already. How about that? Just like a really bad version of one. Okay, that one shot's at Geodude. Good. And he also has an Onix. He's like mini Brock here. I forgot that his levels are lower than Brock's. Maybe I would have been less... maybe I would have been more confident if I'd remembered that. But okay, Confusion just sweeps everything. Get a Moonstone that I'll probably do nothing with ever. Now we head into the last part of Mount Moon. W Magikarp carrying the Fire Water Grass Core, that's right. Definitely the strong link in that chain. Probably a hidden item or something up there, but who cares? I'm about ready to be done with Mount Moon. Is this the Eradicate guy? I hope I confuse it with Confusion. I could even Sleep Powder it. I think that's a little bit safer. For a second there I thought I'd missed, but the move just took a while to come out. We're fine. And then I crit with the Confusion. I don't think I need to Sleep Powder again. Butterfree is so good in the early game. I forgot just how good it is. Confusion again for the accuracy instead of gambling on a tackle miss. That's it for that guy. There's like at least one more rocket, but so what? And then the Super Nerd has poison types, and I think he has a Voltorb, but he definitely has a couple poison types to hit with Confusion. Then we get into a very water-type heavy part of this game, so I'm going to have to train my Charmeleon soon, but I'll have to pick my spots for that to an extent. Okay, I think that's it for Team Rocket in here. Hopefully they're always this easy to deal with. Oh, a Clefairy. Can't use it, of course. That's totally red. You know, it wouldn't be shocking if they just made pink a subset of red. But pink is in fact its own Pokédex color. Orange isn't. Maybe there's a cultural thing to that I don't know about, but pink is. Now chat, how would you like to make a completely meaningless decision in a little bit? So that I don't have to make it myself. It doesn't matter even the tiniest bit which fossil I pick. Any preference? Dome Fossil, which is Kabuto, and Helix Fossil, which is Ammonite. The one thing this will change for this playthrough is which one is in the zoo in Fuchsia City, but like, will I even stop to look at that? Probably not. But I do have to pick one as soon as I've beaten this super nerd, which I just did. Well, I don't see a preference stated in chat, so I'll take the one right in front of me. Oh, Helix Fossil, okay. Conveniently enough, that is the one right in front of me. So we'll pick that up for good luck, I guess. And we're done with Mount Moon. Are there any trainers along here? I feel like in some games there are, in some games there aren't. Maybe not in this game. TM4. What on earth is that? Whirlwind. Absolutely useless. Pretty sure it does literally nothing in Gen 1. What's not useless is this tall grass. I should be able to catch something pretty important actually in here. If I'm right. About the available encounters. It's not Spearow, I can't use that. So I'm just trying to double check that I'm in the right place while I also walk around in here. I'm in the wrong place. It's not here. Okay. Never mind. Off to Cerulean City. Good thing I didn't just stay there and keep at it. So where do I want to be? North of Cerulean City, which is where I'm going next anyway. Misty can wait. Let's go ahead and move Toronto to the front of the party. I think Montreal should be able to handle the Leafs and their Squirtle. It is rival battle time. Let's go. I did not end up doing the optional one, but this one's not optional. Why is this Pidgeotto at such a high level? I did so much grinding. And this thing's comparable to my party. That did 10 damage. I'm doing more, but I hope I don't miss, you know? After the sand attack. If I land this next Ember, I should be in very good shape. Even after a quick attack. I miss? Okay, I should be fine. Okay. He didn't go for quick attack, so I move first, and I land the next one. What do I do now? This won't be able to attack, I don't think. Let's throw a Mega Punch at it, even with the accuracy drop. Let's go. Then I think he's a Rattata. Maybe I would have been better off switching to Montreal against the Abra for the free switch in. I'm going to stay in for now and try to Ember this. Okay. Oh, I've got the burn. That's very good. I'll take the opportunity to switch Montreal in here, because that's my answer to a Squirtle anyway. Hyper Fang. Good thing it's burned. Why is he so strong? He's named after the Leafs. Alright, let's poison his Squirtle. At least it's not a Wartortle yet. That bubble really doesn't do very much. Does it not even know Water Gun yet? I think it probably does. But I don't know, he went for Bubble there. The Tackle's not doing much either. And we crit him for good measure. Let's go. They're good all season, but will be easy at the end. True. You're right. Especially now with McKenna. The bad all season that just happened might be a blip. I'll heal before I do Nugget Bridge. Probably lead my Charmeleon into that. Alright, now speaking of Gauntlet challenges, here's one of the more famous ones of the Pokemon series. Hopefully we'll just sweep them aside and get some good experience here. A bug type is a pleasant thing to see right now because I can just do this. Not the most interesting place, Nugget Bridge. Some pretty ordinary, not very strong Pokemon to deal with. But it is what it is. I have to go through here anyway, and it is experience. A little awkward that the birds are starting to use Quick Attack. So I can't just reliably outspeed them all the time. But not a huge deal. Got a little scary against Leafs, but it's fine. I think I should have named my rival Tim H. after Tim Hortons. I'll try to remember that for other games. I guess there aren't a ton where you name your rival, although I picked White 2 for this and not White, so if I get to Gen 5, that is one more, along with Gens 2 and 4, where I can name my rival. Okay, that crit. It's fine, though. You can see the level curve has jumped up a bit, so all that grinding is already paying off a little less than it did before. Still paying off, though. Don't wrap me. Okay, good. Don't love getting poisoned, but it's fine, probably. I will switch out, though. Hey, getting the KO meant I didn't take poison damage. Thank you, Gen 1 weirdness. I'll switch, and then I think I'll just go back to the Pokemon Center and get rid of this poison. Still save the antidote in my bag. Don't like this thing where I'm the one who's confused now. I like inflicting confusion. Butterfree really gets like 4 different statuses it can inflict before level 20, by the way. What a crazy Pokemon. All the way back in Gen 1. I'm not at all worried about how many steps this will take. Toronto still has a lot of HP. Yeah, we're fine. Okay. Hopefully the rest of Nugget Bridge will be a quick sweep. Guess we'll see. Got through 3 trainers, right? So there are 3 more. Well, halfway there, yeah. Including the Team Rocket recruiter at the end. Okay. Oh, good crit. Too bad it didn't just KO. Actually, not that good a crit. It didn't matter. It was a 2-hit KO either way, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not, actually. Because if the crit didn't KO, then it probably wasn't a 2-hit KO either way, and the crit probably did matter. Well, anyway. Oh yeah, this guy's a Mankey. Forgot. That's a little bit different from what we've seen before on here. I hope I burn it. Aw. It has no stab, though. I think I used Karate Chop there, which is normal type in Gen 1. So I think it has no stab. Wait to level 20. Good timing on that. Because I'm going to swap Montreal back to the front before I deal with this Team Rocket guy's Poison Slop. By the way, would you like to join Team Rocket? Yeah, I'm not getting wrapped or poisoned by this. No thanks. Supersonic? I got too many good moves already. I have no use for that. Any psychic coverage at all is so good in Gen 1. Butterfree really proves that. Alright. There's that guy dealt with, and I think I can get the next encounter that I... Oh, I forgot there's a trainer here. After that, I think I can get the next encounter that I need in this grass. Very important one for the rest of the playthrough. Probably. It's not Weedle. But you could probably guess that. There we go, Oddish. It's red when it's fully evolved. There aren't a ton of grass types available to me. I think Oddish and Paris are the only ones. And Oddish is a lot better than Paris. I can't poison it, so I don't have to make that silly mistake again. Or, I can avoid that silly mistake again because I can't poison it anyway. There we go, that's what I mean. Okay, it looks like I might have to weaken it a bit more, so I'm actually going to switch to Ottawa to do that. I mean, I could just tackle it. It's a much higher encounter rate than Viridian Forest Caterpie, so if I knock out the first one, it's not that big a deal. But yeah, let's just do this. Absorb shouldn't do much to Ottawa. A little bit slow, but good way to weaken it, I think. That wasn't a crit. That felt like it did a little bit more damage than the... Okay, I guess it didn't do any more damage than the others. I guess they're all doing one. The pixels on the bar just felt like they moved differently there or something. Alright, let's see if putting it to sleep and throwing a ball is enough now. Perfect. This should be one of my best Pokemon for as long as I have it in this run. The Firewater Grass Core is getting a little more serious. We'll still have to work on the water part. And the name is... Edmonton. It's kind of a funny name for a Vileplume. Just mark that on my spreadsheet. And yeah, there's nothing else to get for a little while. But that's good. That's convenient for keeping track. For now, let's get out of this tall grass, go to the Pokemon Center, wake up Edmonton. Because it's training time. You like that one, Raymer King? Oh, I just noticed that my screen is showing me a World Cup update. I think it says that there was a goal, but I don't know whose. So I don't know what's going on. Any other Alberta cities later? Probably. I would assume so. We'll find out. Move Edmonton to the front. Try to get some quick training with that Absorb ahead of a bunch of water and rock types up on the Cape. And, of course, ahead of Misty. I don't have to battle Misty for a while if I don't want to, but it would be nice to do that before I go down to the SSN and all that. TM45. I feel like I almost remember what that is. Is it Thunderwave? It is. Not useful right now. How am I doing the names? Well, since you asked directly, it's purely by population, according to Wikipedia. Which is why I'm surprised that Vancouver hasn't come up yet. Okay, switch trained against the Machop because, you know, it's not a rock and ground type to just easily absorb. But this is, so let's try to do that. Even though slightly underleveled, you probably wouldn't have guessed that. Maybe eventually. Okay, we just one-shot that with a crit. Don't know if the crit mattered. It might have at this low level. Experience does get split up, but it is a start for Edmonton here. There's another hiker right here. You're going to see Bill first. Let's fight. Okay, fine. Let's fight. Sure. Having a grass type is great for this part of the game, but Absorb is just so weak. Oh well. An Onyx should be easy to deal with. Absorb is so weak, and Misty Starmie is just, like, generally pretty scary in any playthrough. But I can also way delay facing Misty Starmie if I want to. I can go battle a bunch of water types in the SSN first as well, if I decide that's best. Did I just get 2 levels from that Onyx? The game didn't even... the game just skipped level 13 and sent me straight to 14, I think. Let's go. That's not weak to grass. I guess I'll switch. Got my first, I think my first 1 in 256 miss of the playthrough. Every move has a tiny chance to miss, even if it's 100 accuracy in Gen 1, and we just saw that with Ember. Took a bunch of damage in the process, too. How is Charmeleon already falling off? Well, better lock in against the Spearow because I have nothing else good for it. Okay, a crit will do. Now, if I were doing the Mew glitch in this playthrough, I would skip this guy, but there's no reason to catch Mew in this playthrough, so I won't. Let's see if I could absorb through this. The obvious worry is it might know Confusion. A crit is a good start. It does know Confusion. Yeah, I will definitely switch out. I got confused, and also a crit probably would have just one-shot. So, yeah, we will get out of there. Let's see what a tackle does. Probably not as much as I'd like. That did not do much at all. The Slowpoke is super scary. Maybe I should have skipped this guy for this or for that reason. Let's poison it. I missed. Let's put it to sleep. I'm not properly leaning on how broken sleep powder is. Since it takes them a whole turn to wake up and I'm faster, I could just go for another sleep powder when they wake up. I could miss, but... yeah, this move can buy me a lot of free damage. I should be probably doing more to take advantage of that anyway. I missed a tackle, which I just went for after it woke up because it was already so low. Alright, well, I beat him, but all my best Pokemon are kind of low now, so I'm going to go to the Pokemon Center. Is that Slowpoke from hit YouTube channel Slowpoke Wow? I think it would have been on my side in that battle if it were. And it was very much not on my side there. He's suing for defamation. Who's suing for defamation? Slowpoke? I didn't say anything untrue. Copyright violations. I guess I have kind of used Slowpoke's name, image, and likeness, haven't I? Nidoran. Well, I will not be trying to absorb this. Another hiker. I've gone from unhappy to battle hikers to very happy to battle hikers. I'd rather just battle nothing but hikers along here if I could. This guy's 4 Pokemon, that's good. It's a lot of free experience. Level 15. Poison Powder, good. It's not a stronger attack, but it is, you know, a second move on this thing. I'll stay in on this and see what happens. Oh, I should poison it, actually. There's no guts in this generation. Karate Chop is normal type. I get Absorb Recovery and stuff, too. Let's try poisoning it. I missed. That's not a good... That is a bad miss. Look at that crit damage. Okay, I'll get out of here, I guess. Maybe it was fine to just absorb the whole time instead of trying that poison powder. Oh well, got to level 16. That's good. I'll just stay in and confusion this instead of trying to switch. When my Oddish is a little on the low side. Okay, didn't one-shot it. Could have been afraid of a rock throw there, but it went for defense curl, so we're fine. What does this guy have? A girlfriend. I forgot. Even though he's telling everyone. Oh, good to get some experience on Toronto again. Oof. Well, let's see. I burned the Ekans. That's very good. It also doesn't attack, which is even better. Aw, darn. TM19, let's see. Seismic Toss. Not very useful right now. I think. Do I think Robbie fell asleep again or is lurking? I think he fell asleep again. I also always forget how many how many trainers there are up here. It's a little nuts for this not massive and pretty out of the way route. I hope this works out for me. It would be nice to absorb this. Scratch does only 5, okay. I missed the absorb, that's again the 1 in 256. Okay, we're still fine. Get a bunch of recovery from that. It's outpacing the scratch damage. I could start missing my absorbs now, but, well, not start, I already have missed one. We had 2 sand attacks back to back. It's just absolutely spamming sand attack now. But we break through and land another absorb, and that should knock it out. Okay, we're fine. That was a weird battle. One more trainer. Oddish versus Oddish. I'm not staying in for that. I'm switching to Toronto. Nobody wants to watch mostly ineffective absorbs traded back and forth forever. I don't think. And of course I can't even poison it because it's poison type. Okay, and her last Pokemon is another Oddish. That's fine. Ha! Just narrowly takes an Ember, okay. Alright, game. Make me work a little harder for it. It's doing 1 damage with each absorb, though. I was gonna say I don't think it has the PP to win this, but actually it's Gen 1. NPCs don't have PP, they can just use their moves infinitely. So if I miss every Ember forever, then... Okay. That's not what happened. Now come to Bill's house. Oh no, he's living a movie plot. He's fused with a Pokemon. He's not joshing me, he screwed up an experiment. Okay. Get the SS ticket from that. now I'll go back to Cerulean City, and I think I'll at least battle Misty's gym trainers and see how that goes. But I still haven't decided whether I'll defer the Misty battle itself. But yeah, maybe I'll get a sense for how strong my Oddish can be against the gym trainers. But you can see I can go through the busted up house and down to Vermilion right now if I want. I mean, we should be able to handle a Horsey, right? I'm gonna Poison Powder in case of any, like, stat dropping shenanigans. I don't remember whether Horsey gets Smokescreen in this game. It does in many games. Looks like it's just going for speed drops, though. If anything, and that's fine. I'm already slower. Famous last words? Wait, what did I say? That's level 17 already, 5 levels since capture. Stun Spore, should be able to handle Horsey. Well, it worked out in the end, didn't it? Shelter has like no special stat, so let's just absorb that. Stun Spore makes a real difference. If I can use that on Misty Starmie, that makes me more confident in that battle. I can't believe this Shelter took 2 absorbs. I guess there is still a ways to go training Edmonton here. Now the other gym trainer. Yeah, Goldeen will be an interesting test, because it might know Peck. But it takes a lot of damage from Absorb, and that means it gives me a lot of health back, too. That did a fair bit. But yeah, should be able to handle this Goldeen. But maybe I don't want to battle Misty just yet. Maybe I want to... That did some damage. Maybe I want to do some more training first. That's okay. We can battle Misty later. Oh, but I have to battle the Team Rocket guy. Alternatively. That's also probably okay. A lot of trainers to battle before the next couple gyms. Let's start with Montreal against the Rocket Grunt, who did the burglary just now. I think it's a Drowsy, if I remember right, so I can poison that. I could also just Mega Punch it with Toronto, but yeah, I think I like this approach. Machop. Okay, I can Confusion that. And then he does have a Drowsy. I don't have any bug stab, unfortunately. And I missed poison powder. But he doesn't get his disable. I missed poison powder again. He misses hypnosis. Great battle so far. Okay, land poison powder on the third attempt. Still no disable. The drowsy has still not successfully executed a move. Let me just chip it down now. He might have given up on the status moves. Okay. He'll give me the dig TM. That's not a bad one. Let's move Edmonton back to the lead spot. That's who needs experience most right now. Ahead of the water and electric gym leaders. We're going to Vermilion City, just slightly early. It's fine, we'll just have to double back later. I don't really remember too well what the trainers down here have. I know there's one with a Butterfree that can be kind of tough. From this guy's dialogue, it seems like he might be a bug catcher as well, but he's not the Butterfree guy. Weedle. Okay, great. Well, just don't poison me, please, and this should be a pretty simple sweep. Okay, didn't poison me. And that was a pretty simple sweep. Imagine if I'd missed an Ember again and gotten poisoned. That would have been a nuisance. At least I still have that antidote in my bag. Squirtle. Alright, let's try absorbing that. Tail Whip could be a little bit annoying, because it'll go with Tackle for damage probably, but that Absorb does a fair bit. Squirtle takes it better than I'd like. It's actually going with Water Gun, so that is resisted and doesn't benefit from the Tail Whip. Even that crit's not very scary. Looks like 2 more Absorbs for the KO, unless I get a very lucky crit here. Already back at full. We get tackled here at, what, -2 defense? Still doesn't do all that much. GG. And then what does this other junior trainer have? Other than a private conversation that I've rudely interrupted? Rattata. I guess I'll switch out. I don't know if I need to, but I guess I will. Good crit. Probably mattered. Oh, and a Pikachu. I could switch to my Electric Resist Oddish for this, but I don't really feel like I need to. I crit it as well. I get paralyzed. That part's not ideal. Although it honestly might be helpful against the Butterfree that's coming up, because then it can't put Toronto to sleep. Guess we'll see. I think the Butterfree trainer is next. This guy. And yeah, I'll gamble on full paras to land that super effective Ember and not get put to sleep. The risk is confusion, right? The combination of paralysis and confusion is pretty difficult in early gens to deal with. Also, the attack confusion confused me. Also, it's doing 10 damage each hit, which is... I'm already in range right now of confusion, the attack, and confusion, the self-damage. I'm going to switch again. That's annoying. Now I'm on the receiving end of that broken move. I got crit and confused. Please land this poison powder. Maybe I should have gone for a sleep powder. Maybe poison powder doesn't do enough. Maybe I just got poisoned too. Okay. If I switch back to Toronto, I take a hit. I can think about a potion. I did narrowly take that crit, but oh my god. I only have 2 potions. I'm in danger here. That crit me again. Still doesn't KO. I'm going to use my potion immediately. I think I'm realizing the danger of using a paralyzed Pokemon. It probably is more susceptible to being crit. This being Gen 1. I get crit again. I think sacrifices are going to have to be made against this Butterfree. Apologies to the city of Calgary and all its inhabitants. It didn't attack. Wait, what if it never attacks? This is Gen 1. Weird things happen. Never mind. I'm going to take a second to remove Magikarp, the first casualty of the challenge, from every generation in the spreadsheet. I will not be saving Magikarp for Gen 8, like you suggested, Raymer King. I would have liked to. But with that death there, probably not the only one in this battle. Maybe not the only one in this battle. Magikarp is now illegal for the rest of the challenge. Which might not be very long the way this is going. But we'll see. Sorry, I am just deleting a bunch of columns from my spreadsheet right now. This is how it's going to be sometimes when something dies. But also, Magikarp specifically appears in a lot of games. Not everything will have give me this much to delete. And by columns, I meant rows. Well, I guess in the end, that was all that Magikarp was ever very likely to do for me, unfortunately. Red Gyarados is fine. I'm going to say that one's a special exception. I'm going to try not to sack Ottawa just yet. I'm going back to Montreal. Oh, I forgot the Montreal's poison. That's why this doesn't work. Okay, but if I can land a hit on this Butterfree, that'll speed things up. Poison damage is 4. Confusion is 8. Well, it does. Yeah, it does 8. So I can get through one more turn, most likely. Now I'm switching to Ottawa because that's the mon I'd rather sack. Maybe I could have just used Confusion here and been okay, but I'm not 100% sure. Maybe I can win this with a scratch here? Even paralyzed? We take the hit. Don't get crit for once. Full para. Well, Parasect was never going to make or break the challenge. That crit didn't matter. That's another mon gone. Kinda devastating. To lose 2 in one battle. But the overall challenge should survive. Parasect is not in as many games as Magikarp. I don't think this update will take me as long. Okay, but there it goes. You were just lurking, not asleep, Robbie? Fair enough. Okay, should be able to knock this out with confusion now. Uni's almost done. Congrats on that part. But one last thing to do. Good luck with that part. Okay. Edmonton learned Sleep Powder. Hey, silver lining. We got through the battle with all my strongest Pokemon still here. I'm gonna need to use that antidote now. The core of the team is still intact, but I'm not battling those traders right now. I'm going straight back to Cerulean City to heal. The core of the team is still intact, but everybody on the margins is gone now. Maybe buy another backup antidote and potions? That is a reasonable idea. For sure. Oh, you know what I could have done? Now I can never do it in this challenge, but I just realized the daycare is on that route that I just passed through. I could have left my Magikarp there. And maybe someday gotten an extra strong Magikarp with Tackle. But perhaps it's for the best that I didn't, because that sacrifice was very helpful. I don't need to worry about future HMs or anything like that, so I'm gonna do this the full Nuzlocke way. I'm not keeping a death box. I do have to deposit them, huh? Before I can release them? Okay. So it's Calgary the Magikarp. And Ottawa the Parasect. RIP level 100, in theory, Magikarp. That's right. Once released, Calgary is gone forever. That's right, too. And likewise, Ottawa. Okay, that did rattle me a little bit. But I do still have the core of the team intact. Should I battle Misty right now? Just kidding. Back toward Vermilion. For a second, I really thought the whole run might be killed by that Butterfree guy. But at least that didn't happen. And now 2 more trainers before Vermilion. Done on game 1? Yeah, I mean, that could happen. I hope it doesn't. Be pretty sad. Crit me for good measure there, huh? And she's just spamming quick attack, so I never get to outspeed. Oh, this one's not spamming quick attack for some reason. Even though I think Gust is the same power. Well, crits. Even though I think Gust is the same power without the priority. And Pidgey number 3. Can I burn this one, please? No. It's okay, though. There's a quick attack for good measure, but doesn't even crit. And I would have been okay if it did. Guy says, huh? You want to talk to me? Not especially. I'd be happy to just peacefully walk past you. But that's just not an option in this world. A Spearow! Oh no, I have nothing good for that except something that's already a pretty low HP, and although I noted Raymer King's suggestion to buy potions, I forgot to actually do it. Okay, we come in on a Growl. That's good. Burn? Crit? Neither? But it doesn't attack? Thank you, Gen 1. Get the crit one turn too late, but it's fine. His other Pokemon is... Ah! Burn? Okay, that connected. The sleep powder... It woke up immediately. The sleep powder animation always takes so long to come out that I'm worried it's missed. We landed 2 in a row there. Eradicate has to take a turn to wake up. Okay, we got through it. Yeah, I did not want to talk to you, bro. But I wasn't given much choice. Go buy potions. Good idea, I think. Super potions, even. They don't have antidotes here. So I'll just buy however many repels I can afford, not 99. 19. And let's get the bike voucher while I remember to do that. And then I think it's straight to the SS hand because there are water types there for Edmonton to battle. Okay. Still settling down from some of those battles. And now it's time for more. At least I have a good answer to Leaf's War Turtle once we get there. Let's go cabin by cabin, as I've done so many times before. So we start with this one. I'm gonna switch out against this poison type. Yeah, I think that makes sense. What was that? Acid? I was looking away. Ah! They crit me. We're fine though. For now. This is not a poison type. No need to run scared of it. Everybody's critting me though. I guess I'm critting everybody as well. There's just been a lot of crits. It's Gen 1. The only annoying thing with all these water types to battle is managing PP, because Absorb just is not a strong attack. But it's fine, it's really not the worst problem to have. I'm already level 20, let's go. That's not a water type. Let's just go for this. The problem with Karate Chop being a normal type attack is I don't have good switch-ins to it. And it has a high crit rate. Still okay for right now. I should probably be switching by now, actually. Okay, missed. Good. It's also burning a lot of my absorbs. 36 down to 17 with a crit. I'll switch. Okay. That was the very first cabin, but I'm scared, so I'm gonna go heal. Sure is a good thing I have potions, true. But no need to use them wastefully. So, out of battle right now. No need. But they do give me, some sense of security in a battle like that, that's true. Okay, hopefully I stay aboard a little longer this time. Okay, that's the cabin I was just in. One sailor here. With a tentacle.
Great. Maybe I should be sleep powdering these things before I switch. I probably should. But keep that in mind the rest of the way, I guess. Good crit. Okay. It is still convenient that there's so many water-type trainers in here, though. That part I like a lot right now. Helps me get ready for Misty. And to a lesser extent, Lieutenant Surge, because my grass type is probably also my answer to him. This TM is Rest. I will not be using that right now. Another Sailor. Good. I hope he has water types and not fighting types that spam a normal attack with a high crit rate. Okay, Horsey's good. Can't believe it took 2 absorbs. I thought that second one would KO for sure. Oh well. Here comes the third one. And hopefully now it's a 2-hit KO on his other Horsey. After that level up. It doesn't look like it is. Oh well. And he has a third Horsey. Who knew Horsey had such a good special stat? Nah, it's probably because Absorb just has such terrible base power. That one might be a roll to KO on the next one. Let's see. If it was a roll, it didn't work out. But what can I expect at this point? You're watching Absorb Simulator. Enjoy the show. Oh, and I get a Gloom now. Let's go. That part I'm happy about. More Sailors. And I'm not even as afraid as I'm a Chop now that Edmonton has gotten more polluted, as you just said, Raymer King. That hitting close to home. But look at that plant growth. You got flowers over there now. That, I think, is going to be a 2-hit KO, finally. Clean enough? Good. I'm almost out of absorbs. Oh well, what can you do? Alright, let's learn my lesson here. better when some other provinces or forests aren't on fire. Do you guys get a lot of wildfires within your province? I know BC has a huge problem with that. I think Ontario has some as well, but I feel like I definitely hear about fires in Alberta around this time of year pretty consistently too. I mean, especially the big news story ones like Fort McMurray and... was it Jasper? Quite a bit, but the BC smoke is just as bad. Yeah, makes sense, sadly. Okay. I will have to heal soon just to get more absorbs. But I think I'll just keep going until I run out. You're not a trainer, probably? Nah. Well, you are a trainer. Unless this Machoke really is just your friend. But... don't want to battle. And fair enough. Guy's probably on vacation. Mega Drain is in Gen 1. Giga Drain is not. That chain of moves does top out at Mega Drain with, I believe, 40 base power. And Mega Drain is Erika's TM, and I don't remember for sure, but I'm kind of nervous that maybe things don't learn it by level up in this gen. Maybe it's only that TM. I do think Vileplume gets like Petal Dance at some point. I might have to evolve it before a certain level for that to happen, and I'm not going to check. I'll get a Leaf Stone when I get one. But yeah, grass type attacks are pretty rough in Gen 1, especially if your name isn't Venusaur. Misty's TM is Bubble Beam, which is like 60, 65 base power. Not bad for early in the game. Then Lieutenant Surge's TM is Thunderbolt, which is crazy. That's a very good one. And then Erika gives you Mega Drain. You pup, how dare you barge in? I mean, this guy has a point. That's not a fire type. I thought these guys used fire types. It's fine, though. Charizard learns Thunderbolt? I don't think it does. But, okay. But there are some things I can use later in this playthrough that can learn it. I'll probably use that TM relatively quickly. He called me a rude child, but again, he does have a point. She thinks I'm a waiter. She'd like a cherry pie. That does sound good right now, in fairness. Potion on Butterfree? Not just yet. But fair thing to point out. Okay, I think the other two in here are trainers. My team is nicely catching up to the level curve at this point, so that's good. Sand attack is getting pretty annoying. But not too terrifying so far. Don't love missing against a poison type that potentially could poison me, though. But we're okay. So far. Here, let's do this maneuver again. I missed. Okay, but you can't poison Gloom, so that's good. Now I can get Montreal in safely for a confusion. He still doesn't even wake up. Good. No more room for items. I guess I should sell things instead of throwing them out. So, okay, this is the second cabin from the left. I'll come back for that item. Take the excuse to go to the Pokemon Center, too. You appreciating the wheel pick you got in the draft there, Raymer King? Is that what that's about? Very nice. It's definitely a strong thing to have, yeah. I'll hold on to the Dig TM, because I remember which number that is. Maybe it'll be useful at some point. I don't think it's super likely. But yeah, I'll hold on to it for now. I don't know when I go to Max Potion, but that's good to know about. I'll keep the rare candy just in case. Okay, so the item I couldn't pick up and went to all that trouble for was in here. And it was TM8, which is Body Slam. That's a pretty good one, actually. I'll hold on to that for now. I don't think I used it too hard, didn't really pick any duos, but just having to essentially only make 5 picks is nice. I get it. Being able to think about your picks kind of 2 at a time is, yeah, it is pretty good. I've appreciated it when I've been in that position. That one great ball ruined generations of gamers, making all of us check all the garbage bins in all these games. Any normal types in the run? Certainly in other games. In Red... No. No normal types. No stab body slam. That's true, but it's a good coverage move on some stuff. I don't know if I'll use that TM, but like I said, I'll hold on to it for now. I just want to hit this thing with confusion. Tired of these much up. Also, Edmonton is now nicely caught up to the others already. So that's some good training right there. Did that say it was super effective? Did that just say that... Oh! It was super effective. I forgot that Bug is weak to poison in this generation. I've been switching my Butterfree in on Acid, forgetting that it is super effective. Well, good to remember now. Bug is weak to poison in Gen 1, folks. Usually I remember that. It took me a bit of time this time. Another Machop. That did so much with that crit. Okay. I know I'd probably take another crit even if that happened. Okay. These sailors are actually a little bit tricky this playthrough just because they use something that isn't a normal type. Or a water type. They use something that isn't a water type some of the time. Let's go heal my Butterfree. I think I'm going to end stream when I finish the SSN. If it takes too long, I'll have to end earlier than that, but I think it's probably a reasonable target here. Can't stay too much longer. This is about the time I was intending to end, but I'll try to push to when I finish the SSN. No Misty today? Guess not. I could probably go battle Misty right now, but I've deferred her this much. Why not keep going with that? You know what sucks about losing my Paris? I'm just realizing. I said that I would try to keep HMs on the team as much as possible. So if I need an emergency HM user from some other random Pokemon, I'll do that, but I'll try to avoid it. That means I'm going to have to teach Cut to my Charmeleon or my Gloom. I mean, not have to, but I think it's in the spirit of what I'm doing that I should do that. If I had a Paris, I could teach Cut to that instead. And it's not like I'm training it very hard anyway. When's the next stream likely? Probably not for a few days, honestly. I don't think it'll be tomorrow. I don't think it'll be Friday. Saturday is not impossible, but I think not very likely. It might be like Sunday. I'd say Sunday is the next one. The next day that's reasonably likely. It might be later than that. As I've said, there's no schedule for this challenge. It's a when I have time for it kind of thing. Not a high priority. Except in that I really want to do it at all. I'll have to battle the Leafs again before I'm done with the SSN, by the way. That's coming up very soon. Oh, am I on the clock for my draft pick? Well, all the more reason to end stream soon so I can figure out what I'm doing with that. Okay, let's try not to just switch my Butterfree in on a super effective acid now that I remember that it is super effective. It is absolute nonsense that it says it's not very effective into Gloom. That's just not true. This game does get those interactions wrong sometimes. But the Butterfree thing was not one of those times. Bug being weak to poison in Gen 1 makes confusion even better on Butterfree. And I don't know why it learns that. I'm not complaining, but it's... Maybe they wanted to give us something strong like this, but it's kind of out of nowhere. Unless there's some butterfly lore. Or some butterfly-related Japanese cultural lore that I don't know about. Okay, this guy also wants to battle, not really surprising. Feels like in most of these cabins, I should draft Snorlax for Gen 1 slop. I'm genuinely thinking about Snorlax, but not for that reason. But it might happen. Usually in these cabins, either everyone wants to battle or no one does, but not every time. There's the mom with her kids that we already encountered, where the kids battle, but she doesn't. Thunderwave, annoying. I knew it was coming at some point. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of that para and get all those absorbs back. So that was the second cabin along here, okay. Can't outstall the wall. Oh, Mega Aggron? Can I afford Mega Aggron? What does it cost? Oh, I can't afford it? That's kind of silly when I already have Hisui and Gudra, but it is a funny idea. It might just be better at what I want Hisui and Gudra for, except that of course I can't pair it with another Mega. That's honestly not the worst idea. I'm gonna have to think about this once stream is over. Trade Gudra away for something else, also an option. Okay, 1, 2, 3. These people won't battle. They're just telling me about HMs. I'll learn about those later. These two will battle, though. Gudra for Cleavor. Not the worst idea. Why Cleavor, though? Like, why do you want to see Cleavor? I don't mean what's the competitive reason. Unless that's all you have in mind. Yeah, Roar does nothing. This guy's just wasting time. Trying to learn Rage. I think I'm good with Mega Punch. Do I want to drop anything else for Rage? I'll drop Growl because just why not? But I don't know if I'm ever using Rage. I guess it has an accuracy advantage over Mega Punch, but I'm probably not going to be ever trying to stack up its damage. Try to save myself some absorbs there. Oh, that did a lot. That wasn't even a crit. Let's go. Ah, another Pikachu. Let's try to put it to sleep so I don't run back to the Pokemon Center to get rid of a Para again. I missed. It's just spamming quick attack so far. The Absorb is doing reasonable damage, I guess. Yep, those are other options too. I don't know. I'll look over what my options are. Hydrapple wouldn't be bad. But yeah, I don't know if the wall is happening. We'll see. I would say probably not, but I will genuinely think about it. You're not trainers. Last cabin. You're not trainers. You're just telling me that the captain is seasick, foreshadowing right before it happens. I think that means I just have to battle the Leafs now. I should have named him Tim. Oh well. I forgot to think about what to name him before I started the playthrough. And this is what we get. Okay, let's hope this goes more smoothly than the last battle against this guy's Pidgeotto. At least I have super potions now. I might need them after that sand attack opener there. Okay, the Gust isn't doing too much, as long as he doesn't crit me. I think I might have a Kadabra by now too, though. That's pretty scary. Because it will actually be able to attack. Eradicate's a bit of an issue as well. I'll try my luck with Montreal against this. I'm like Ash Ketchum using Butterfree against Eradicate in the SSN. Worked out well for him. Missed the first Sleep Powder. Get Tail Whipped a second time. I miss another one. I miss a third one. He is absolutely just spamming Tail Whip, though. Okay, I think after all those defense drops... I just woke up immediately. I think after all those defense drops, I probably wanted to switch right back to Toronto. Instead of trying to confusion through this. Okay, that's a 2-hit KO, and it doesn't even wake up. That's good. And as you're noting in chat, Raymer King, that Raticate might never wake up from that nap. I'm a little afraid of the Kadabra. I'm going to try to Mega Punch it, because it's stronger than Ember anyway, even without Stab. And Kadabra has bad defense. I'm not spamming Mega Punch because it's inaccurate, but it is actually the strongest attack I have on Toronto. Okay, we do knock Kadabra out immediately with a crit, and he has now evolved his Squirtle, but I have something good for that. All the same. He's still just spamming Tail Whip, but he keeps missing them now, so that's good. Why is he spamming Tail Whip so much in this whole battle? I don't know, but not my problem. Nice level 25 starter. Good level to end the stream on. Now he's going to disrespect the captain. Very leafy of him. And I'll rub this poor seasick man's back. Play some healing music for him. He'll give me the HM for cut. I'll have to teach that to someone, but I'll deal with that when I have to and not earlier. I'll sit in his chair and take a breather because that is the end of the stream. About 4 hours game time. Not bad. I guess that includes the lunch break, but I think that was pretty short. The MapleLocke has not been failed on the very first day. That much is a relief. It did get scary at one specific point there. Happy Canada Day to the Raymer King and anyone else watching, whether or not you celebrate. Like I said, it'll probably be a few days before the next one. This is a stream that I do when I have time for it, for however long it takes. But yeah, I'm going to go spend time with friends now. And that's it. There's nothing more to say. That's the stream. Goodbye.